Okay, audio check. 1, 2, 3. Alright, we've made it. Now, let's see if we can get everything else open we need open here. Okay. No. I think we're ready to start. Okay. Oh, of course I knocked it over. Just a moment. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stream of the Discourager of Hesitancy, where I am cleaning up my spilled loose leaf yerba mate. So, just give me a second there. After that, though, we will be building a game with no game engine. We're in the later stages. I have a new texture to test out for the chalkboard. There we go. That's most of it. New texture to test out. We've been playing with doodad, basically non-game elements, since we're pretty much done with the gaming elements. And the doodad we did, when was it? Partly Monday, and then yesterday we finished it up, was a little chalk drawing on the chalkboard that you can interact with. We're going to do the same thing today, but instead of a bouncy ball, it will be bubbles that float through the scene. And I think I want to do another thing. So let me grab my old to-do list here. Today is the 19th. Tasks and notes every time. So today, test, chalkboard, new chalkboard texture. That's one thing we're going to test. We are going to move doodad art into a doodad image. Some of our doodads might get a little bit more involved, more complicated than the two we've got so far, 3. But it'll just be a little bit better if that's in a separate image, because those could explode quite a bit. So for example, we have this paper airplane that flies across the scene, and that's fine. We may also in the future do different options for holidays, like maybe we do like a Santa Claus and a witch on a broom, those sorts of things. So putting them all in a separate doodad texture would make sense. But for memory's sake, maybe we don't do this yet. We've got a ton of room in 2 textures. We've got 2 largest textures. We made them big so they'd be powers of 2, which is generally more efficient in GPUs. Modern GPUs are some that don't care as much, but I mean, you support the ones that you have to. So maybe we don't do that. It's just a thought that's percolating in the back of my head. And then we'll go to basically the things we didn't finish here. So this was art. We got the art. We need to get it to show up at all for now. If I remember right, we're going to put this back in the old to-do list. That's something I can work on after hours. Probably not tonight, though. Maybe tomorrow night. I just don't have enough hours in a day. Okay, so we're going to start with this and see how far we get down that road. Depending on how far that goes, lamp on, off. Maybe we throw a stick of chalk and chalk eraser. Add some things we can interact with. I don't know what they would do. Oh, well. Okay. If we're doing chalkboard drawings, maybe the stick of chalk, if you use the chalk eraser, it disables the current chalk doodad, and then you can use the stick of chalk to tell it to pick a different one. Maybe cycle through in order? In current chalk doodad start new chalk doodad. Maybe something like that. Solar system. Let's see here. Dirt, sun, and water can. I have an idea for this one. Basically, there's like a little patch of dirt, and there's a water can, and there's a seed. You have to click the seed, then it falls into the dirt pile. Then you click the sun and water in alternation, and the plant grows. That could be kind of fun. Dinosaur. I don't know about dinosaur. We'll see. That's a lot more work. A lot of these things are very mechanical animation type things I can do. So just looking things over. So that's not a bad start. Maybe. All right. So that's I think our list for the day. Seems reasonable. So part one, I'm going to go into game scene. And I'm going to find the everywhere it talks about bubbles. We're going to ignore that one and that one and that one. We're not going to fade in the bubbles. We're going to use the ball for now. Because when this texture we're going to test out, we'll need to do that. There is a small there's a small part of me that makes me want to move my doodads onto a chalkboard, like as a separate object, not in the game level. It's already 2,500 lines of code. And then maybe the doodads could appear on other menus. It's an idea. No, I don't feel like doing that. There are complications with that. Okay, so first of all, we turn on the bubbles. Let's go do that real quick. Compile, debug. Yeah, sure, we'll save the to-do list. Oh, well, that's building. Light up my incense. Right, the smell of the apple and the cinnamon incense. Right, there we go. And we are cooking. So the reason I'm putting the bubble back in is because when I put the new texture in, I just want to make sure that the bubble aligns with the edges of the visual. So let's run it. Make sure the bubble is still working. Not the bubble, the ball, the chalk ball. Whoa! Holy cow! What was that? This was working yesterday. Not enough sound slots. Jeez. Okay. Well. Well. We have broken something. How could we break something that badly? Let me think. Make it small screen. Does it do the same thing? Yep. Alright. I don't like that. Let's see here. Ball. Update position. Set position. Oh, right here, I bet. No. Maybe just add a small offset. Maybe that's it. Set bounds. Update. If it's enabled, we update the position. So we do our bounds checking and our map. How could this have gone from working yesterday to not working today? Oh, I didn't build it. Let's just move it down 10 pixels. It's not on the edge to start. Hey, Dravez, good afternoon. How are you doing? How are things going over there? Now that you got your 2 monitors, new home, finished your big project, started a smaller project. Jeez, okay. Hmm. Doodad chalkball. Small problem here. What have we done? So set bounds only happens once when we tell it where to go on the screen. After that, it's the update function. Set position, kill all the velocity, then update. So it should never give me a sound after a set position. Update position. This is bizarre. This was working yesterday. Fade in, enable true. Hum. Gravity. Are we getting something wrong about delta real time? We don't really use it anywhere, so it's possible there's the wrong delta time being computed. That would cause its velocity to go crazy after even a single frame, potentially. That's a possible culprit. I did make that change without much thought. So let's see. There it falls. So oddly, DT and real time are not the same when we're time scale 1. So let's go take a look at that. That makes me a little sad, actually. Update. Get our real time. Is 0. Our last time was 0. Scale is 1. We set our clock to 0. At the update, we get our time, subtract scale is 1. Delta real time and DT should be the same exact thing. Oh! Delta real time is last. That's not right. Delta real time. We don't actually use that anywhere. So let's go back to the doodad Chalkboard. Put that back in. I'll bet if we return the right value, I'll fix that. Woof, sorry about that. Good heavens. Very strange. She made that change without thinking to test it, and it seemed so obvious that it would work. But we don't actually use real time anywhere. Everything we do right now scales with time. But now it will just work. Then we will use our new script, our new texture. That is kind of satisfying. Not bad. I'm gonna say that's good. Okay. So we need to put that in the old journal. Oops. Found issue with real time not returning the right value. Copy, paste, error. Fixed. Okay. Now we're gonna try this new chalkboard texture. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go over to the old GIMP Stroni. And I'm gonna open the new file. And then I'll show you, I promise. Assets, images. This one, the new chalkboard. Okay. And what we're gonna do is share the screen. There it is. Okay. This is the new texture. Let me find the old one as well. There, that's the old one. That's the new one. Now, that one. We're going to export this one as scene elements 2. Oh, not this one. What am I doing? This one. Scene elements 2. Then we export UVs from visible layers, basically. Just scene elements 2. Any prefixes, we're all good. Okay, so we got 3 new UVs, which is about right. And that's all we have to do there. So we get our new UVs here. They probably look somewhat similar. Yeah, sure. So things get shuffled a teeny tiny bit. Okay. Need to remove that and that. So what's your banner? That looks about the right size. Table looks about the right size. Chalkboard. It's in a slightly different position, but it's fine. I think that'll be fine. So I'm going to delete that. Then we're going to embed that data. Where are we? CD tools. Bin. Embed PNGs. And come back up. Okay. Now a rebuild. I should bring in the new image. It'll take a few seconds. The images are not small. Then we run it and see if it works. Okay, we clearly have a texture issue. It's very cute. But what did I do wrong? Hmm. I'm confused. Export to scene elements to .png. UVs.text. Those UVs look okay to me. Scene elements to PNG, right? That looks right, like I would expect. We did modify this a little bit, but it shouldn't have made that big of a difference. Fill this shell, bring up the shell. I'm just start cleaning. It had too many hundreds of thousands of lines of data, so let's which is so cd tool thing.slash embed PNGs. Scene elements 2. We're outputting way more sprite information than I really need. What if we can fully rebuild the image stuff? Try that maybe? Not sure how to grab the textures backwards. Those both should be grabbing it by name. Very, very strange. Hmm. Well, Oh, I have an idea what happened then. since we didn't do it clean, other ones were already basically hard-coded and linked for a different ordering of indices for our UVs. Oh, but that's what happened. Now it's just going to magically work. Hey, there's our chalkboard. Everything looks fine. Okay. That ball, just a tiny bit. The x-axis looks really good. The vertical, I think I just need to bump that up like a pixel. I just need to make it a little bit narrower. Okay, settle down, settle down. Let's do this. Yeah, this corner is, yeah, just a pixel or two off, which is fine. I think these letters need to be brighter. Which is fine, that's easy to change. The default. The reds and greens show up fine. We could, well, the blue shows up okay. Okay. So there's only a few small things to tidy up there then. All right, game font. Let's see here. What am I doing? We can test this right here in the settings. Normal, instead of being 92, could be like a 128. Maybe more, maybe like a 148. Intensity wise, I think that matches better. So maybe 148. Yeah, they'll show up better. Okay, so I'd say 148 is our new default. Normal color, 48, 148, 148. Okay, so that's our new default. So that'll propagate the next thing. Okay, game scene, set, bounds. All right, my slate X, slate Y, width and height are slightly different now. We just have to measure it. Looks like it fits. Yeah, it looks good. I'm just making small pixel adjustments here. And like I said, the color contrast looks good with a bit of adjustment. It's nice. It looks much more like a real thing. It's the slate XY height. And for some reason, I don't have a width. Do I not need the width? I don't. Oh, I do. But we'll figure it out. This is easy work. Easy work. This is just adding and subtracting. This is stuff you learn in kindergarten. So, all I need is a piece of scratch paper. Oh, look, scratch paper. Perfect. I was doing math last night. With a little bit of pixel adjustment, I think that chalkboard is going to be perfect. And we'll start using it forthwith. Okay, so I'm just going to write down what we have now. X is 23. Y is 23. Width was 646.890. These will all be rounded to pixels by the time it's all rendered. And that was the height. We aren't currently using the width. So if I go over to GIMP here. Ooh, a test background. Delightful. We'll throw that in just a minute. At least. Yeah, we'll get to that. Yeah, I showed GIMP, so I should go to the GIMP window. Okay. So Chalkboard. All we really care about is the distance from this line to this line. This is our offset. So this one is at, the new one is 45 from 119 for 74 pixels. The Y is from the top of the chalkboard, which is 6, down to this line, which is 66. So that's an easy one. The slate height is from 66 down to 1388, which means 1322. Easy math, not bad. That doesn't sound right to me, but slate width. There. This is from this number, which is 1928 minus 45, 3, 7, 8, 12, 8, 1, 8, 8, 3. One, 8, 8, 3. Slate width. Slate. Oh, let's not do that. Instead, we'll just copy paste for now and comment out in case we need to switch back real quick. So this is basically the total width of the height of the width of the chalkboard minus that slate offset. So since we're no longer, since we're basically upgrading the final art here, slate height. This is the way to do it. Cool. Background image. Let me take a quick gander while that's building. Oh, which you couldn't see, of course, because still sharing Git. All right, so the build is running. Background merged. 1920 by 1440. Yep. Oh, nice. Cool. Another take at the background, off-white wall with a bit of texture, bluish tint to the carpet. Yes, that's good. Okay. Awesome. Sounds good. Thanks. Okay. So where was I? I was here. And we're going to see if that doodad fits, aligns properly. Okay, nothing is correct. How did I get that slate height? Oh, that. In the first place, I intended this one to be height and this one to be width. However, these numbers are not right, so what even did slate height do here? 66. Oh, well, I know one thing that's going to happen here, but anyways. Down to 1388. That height. It's 1322. Where did this height come from? Oh, because because this is the raw image scale. I need to scale it for this thing. Okay. Times 930 over 1920. And then very similar thing over here. 697.4. 5 over 1440. So basically, the full size of that image, of that layer, if I remember right, layer 1938. That is an interesting number. Anyways, this is where it needs to fit in the screen, even though the image itself is bigger. So if we take the size off the image and then scale it down by the same proportion, that should line things up better. And it's not 1920 though. But it should be fine. A little bit of stretching at that scale won't matter. Okay, that's problem number 1. Problem 2. Down here, when we set the bounds, we need to do this. Probably should just break this out, but real quick. That's other things are going to need those bounds as well. Okay. Easy math, forgotten math steps. Okay, it doesn't look weird. Looks fine. Look at the game. Okay, we're close. The bottom is obviously wrong. Oh, that's obviously wrong. All right, we have some offset issues. Quick restroom break. Be back in a jiffy. Hey, we're back. Sorry about the mute. I always forget. So yeah, we've taken the Rev 1 version of the Chalkboard update. We're just plugging it in. We got the edges aligned nicely with the chalk drawing, so that boundary should be good now. Then background. Background is very easy everywhere except the game scene. No, that's not true. It's actually the inverse. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay, this is like a reverse math problem. I'll show you what I mean in a minute when we try to plug this background in. I'm not sure what texture I'm going to put the background in either. That's a little more tricky. Okay, so this one should have no artifact. All the updates should be in. Everything looks pretty good. There's the ball. Yeah, that looks satisfying. Looks good. Okay, that chalkboard looks great. It fits. Zooms back out. I'm just looking along the image, seeing if I can see any artifacts that you were talking about. I see one teeny tiny place on the chalk tray at the extreme left where there's a little bit of alpha channel, like right on the very edge of the chalk tray. I can fix that here, but I know we're going to keep getting more copies, so I'm not going to fix it here right now. I don't think it shows up in the game at all. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, no, chalkboard looks great. Background. Where am I going to shove the background? Does it need its own texture? I have a lot of room between scene elements. Well, not a lot of room. Scene elements 1 is filling up. Because I need 2048 by 2048 to make the background fit. So let's make a new one. Okay, I guess I should show GIMP for our new background stuff. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Go to yield Gimperino. Okay, so like I was saying, this one is actually filling up, and there are doodads filling in this area, and we can probably fill this all up with doodads. So there's no real room there to put things. This is the latest rev. So in case you're wondering what I was talking about there, I'm seeing this alpha channel along this edge. You can see the, oh, maybe not. Maybe it's an artifact of GIMP itself. See that? I see alpha? No, I don't see alpha. Oh, I do see alpha. Bizarre. So just that leading edge, I think, of the chalk tray is got that alpha. No, it doesn't. I don't know what GIMP's doing. Now it shows it, but if I zoom in enough, it doesn't show that alpha. I don't know what it's doing. That's bizarre. Thank you, GIMP. Okay. Anyway, so we need... So here's the new background texture. Looks like that crappy school carpet I used to have, that short, but a nice neutral background. Won't be distracting. So all we really need to do is canvas size. We prefer powers of 2, so 2048 by 2048. We have a lot of room under here to put stuff, so we may be able to put like the book open sprites under here. That would actually be reduce the number of textures quite a bit. So I'm going to resize that. Easy peasy. So this line is at, move. That should be at 1440. It is. I would expect this one to, we can actually fit a lot of doodads in here maybe. $19.20, $14.40. Okay. So this is our new background. Export as background and doodads. That's what we're going to call it for now. Oh, it's in downloads. Oops. Let me move that to the project folder out of downloads. That's my bad. I'll rename it while I'm at it. Background and doodads. Which will move into the project. Then open in GIMP again. Okay, there it is. Now it's in the right folder. Now when we say export, easy. So I'm going to move the doodads. Do we move the doodads? Airplane. Can I just take the layer? Not duplicate. I want to copy the layer and move it to a different image. I mean, I guess we can just do it this way. What? Airplane. Select all, copy, paste. To new layer. And it doesn't really matter where we put anything because our layout is pretty slick these days, but we can put it like 1450. Put a guide at 0. There we go. Which means I think we can delete the airplane. Do the same thing to bubble, copy, paste to new layer. guide down somewhere. How big is the airplane? Airplane is there. Oops, not that one. Maybe I'm overthinking my doodad image layouts, but if I don't make it a problem now, then I won't have to deal with it later, right? So the bubble goes away, delete layer, chalkball. Paste, move, nope, to new layer, move. Down. Okay, so now there's this image. Export. Export UVs from layers. This will be called background and doodads. Okay. That should be all the GIMP work we need for a little bit. Let's go to UVs, reload it. We have this thing, which we'll go to images with. Scene elements 1, scene elements 2. Now scene elements 1 no longer has the chalk ball or the bubble or the airplane. Re-embed our data. Airplane. While we're doing that, background and doodads. One other thing I want to do real quick while I'm doing this. Let's make sure I can tell what these layers are. Okay, so that's all renamed. Let's go rename that real quick. Chalk. There we go. Or I can spell. There we go. Okay. Blah blah blah. Now doodad, chalk ball. Background and doodads. Same song and dance. Background and doodads. Except instead of bubble, it's chalk bubble. Okay. Re-embed that. Just so everything's up to date. So quick tidy and debug. What's going to happen is that background is not going to show up because I haven't put it in the game scene or any other scene yet. But the easiest thing to put it in, no, that's not true. So right now we have the chalkboard in every scene at the same location except game scene where it zooms down and out. What we want is for the room, when we're in that zoomed out position, to be exactly as laid out. But when we zoom into the chalkboard, we want the room background to also zoom that same direction, which is a scale and offset at the same time from this rectangle to that rectangle with offsets. But I have to do it backwards for the wall. The wall needs to zoom. Yeah, we're gonna do a little bit of math there. But it'll be grand. It'll be grand. Yeah, I actually really like the idea of clicking a chalk to pick a different, to get a new doodad, and the eraser to get rid of the doodads all at once. Okay, we failed to update that one. Chalk bubble. So, all we're checking for is that we didn't break anything too obvious. Yeah, the doodad came over. So if we wait 1 to 3 minutes, the airplane should fire. Okay, good. So chalkboard's in. Now we need a background. So let's go ahead and start in game scene. What do they call it? Floor. So we know a texture quad called background. Floor. Anywhere where we talk about floor goes away. We go background first. Then everything else. Background has to be first, okay? Floor set color. So instead it's background set texture. Background and doodads. Set our UV to background. Width and height. Image warehouse. Get UV size of our background into width and height. Width equals renderer scale for size, screen size to width. And the height. Background dot set rectangle 0 0 width and height. Anywhere else where the floor shows up. Oh. There we go. 4. It's basically this. We'll keep this one around because it has numbers in it. This is animation stuff. We're going to ignore that for now. More animation stuff. One is for in, one is for out. That's basically it. All right, so let's see the game scene. Okay. There we go. Okay. Read declaration. Fine. Already declared somewhere above. We'll just see it in situ. There's no animation on the background, but everything lines up perfectly. These buttons don't count. They're cheating, so I don't care if they don't look good in contrast. But the chalkboard looks good in contrast to that background. I do wonder what the pine will look like on that background. But yeah, that lines up perfectly right where we want it. Cool. This color feels a bit light now. I was using the same color here and here. Well, do I hard code the neutral color for these tiles? We may have to. Okay. No. Yes. Normal color. All right, we're changing that. It's now color 48, 48, 48. I think that pine texture could be reused for the letter tile. I don't know, just thinking out loud, keeping things simple-ish. Oops. What a strange word, actually. Oh, errors. Inked is 0. Chips is 0. TR is out, D is in. Oh, I know what this one is. Okay, so it starts off guessed correctly at that dark color. That may be too dark. Because really it's about contrast. We have this black, so we want a lighter color, but on these paler ones, if you want that same perception value, this is too light, this is too dark to have the same contrast, so blah blah blah. So who else is setting those guesses? Guess, set text color. Nobody there. Game scene. Has to do with the guesses. Oh, we didn't even like the color we picked. So first go to guess. We're gonna do something here. Static const default text color. That was 48. Let's go with like 92. I don't know. But now, grab this. Game scene. Just do that. Those are letters. We don't care about those guesses. Are these colors? Yeah. Ugh. These are colors. Darn it. These are deduced letters, right? So I went for guesses. Render, set index callback, set text color, move, I don't care about moving. This is the one I care about. That's fine. Guess submitted. Set text. Set color at. Ugh. Character state. So here's one place we want to be. I don't care about length. Basically, just want places where set letter color is called. Here it is. Selected color. So here's another spot where we want to check. Blah, blah, blah. Text. Quads. Not interested in that stuff. Just the two places. Oh. Yeah, that's fine. Set rectangle, move. We just want guesses, set color. So here on the other one. Character state equals 0, which yes, default text color. Kind of the same thing here. Oh wait. That's fine. This one. State equals 0. Like color equals oh no. Well, that was this one, right? Selected color equals guess default text color. Where do I set the color? Yes, text. Who sets that? Right here. Therefore, yes, text. Where do we get the colors? Last color, selected color. So it should be passed in. Okay, let's try this. We can have it. Try and get the right amount of contrast in those letters. Okay, somewhere we're still doing it wrong. I like this gray. I think this is a good gray. So we just have to find the drop where the color gets changed. So I think it's yes, submitted. animation, drop, set color on first bounce. We wait, then we set it right here. If character state equals 0, we do one thing, always do something else. That may be the last one we have to do, hopefully. So we picked those reds and greens specifically to offset both on the dark and on the mid, and on the light backgrounds, the chalkboard and the wood tiles. It does not work as well once you start adding actual textures. But it's okay, we can maintain 2. That looks better. Much better. And that's the word right there. We know everything we need to know. Okay. Then if we... Oh, these are going back to the light gray. Shoot. Why is that? Somewhere else. Letter clicked. Set letter state. State equals 0. Letter states. Set letter color. This thing. Select color if state equals 0. Color equals a yes. Default. Okay. Okay, so if we do some things, doesn't really matter. When we click this red one, S, that looks like the right color. Okay. All right, so we got those figures fixed up. I'm gonna sneeze though. Pardon me. Goodness gracious. Okay. So here's the deal. Game scene. Animate scene. Enter. Chalkboard. We compute 2 rectangles. This is where we start from. Margin, frame width, frame height, minus 2 margins, right? Easy peasy. But this one, is where we actually lay out. So there is essentially a scale and offset happening here. And the floor here will need a similar but opposite scale and offset, I think. So maybe we print out the 2 rectangles. Point 3F. 3, 4. We're going to this rectangle. Upper rectangle 1.x, y width height, 2 x, y width height. We'll just see how it looks. We may have to do some math. We're taking a rectangle from here to here using similar rectangles. I want the background to scale and translate by the same amount, but end up in a very different place and size. Hmm. Oh, it's G and Y. Curious little word, mangy. Okay. And the reverse thing exactly happens. So all we really need to do is take this piece of information and reverse engineer the other direction. So if we translate, that's $950, $280. Let's get scratch buffer. Let's see. Can we draw a picture of what's going on here? We go from the background which contains a chalkboard. This is where the chalkboard ends up, which is this rectangle, which is a scaled down and translated version of the bigger one. Might look something like that. We're transforming this into this, and we need the background image to do the same thing, except the offset, the scale. The scale, we already did the math on that. Which is 0, let's see how much it is. Divide $930 over 1920. This is a scale factor. Not the chalkboard, so the background. Goes from rectangle question mark question mark question mark question mark to 0 0 1920 1440. Maybe I could simplify if I ignore. I don't want to ignore it though. I want it to look like you're stepping away from the wall. Basically, if I ignore the mismatch between the wall and the chalkboard, I can easily scale the chalkboard until the floor disappears and scale it back so that the floor appears. That's not hard, that's dead simple. But then it will look like the chalkboard is sliding along the wall texture. So all we have to do is figure out the math here. So the size can be pretty straightforward, I think. Oh. Only kind of. Okay. Actually 930 over 1880. Yeah, that's not nearly as nice to work with. Their scale factor. So if I take 1880 divided by this number, I'm going to make it much, much larger. So 3,800. 4 or 3 don't really matter. It's just going to get truncated out, but that's fine. And then, oh no. Three, 881. 0.29. And 1440 will be this big. 9, 6, 7, 8. Fine. Doesn't really matter. Now the only tricky piece is how far do we translate it so that it appears to be at the same rate of travel as the chalkboard. We can find this difference, and that's how far the chalkboard has to translate. But the wall is much, much larger. Does it translate the same amount? If it does, then this is simple. So it's just 950 dot 246 whatever. And 280.754. But negative. Is that how we want to do it? We can try it. Okay. Let's go plug this in. These are now corrected in the texture. If one needs any follow-up there. Floor. In theory, we go from this rectangle, scaled, floor, rect 2, which is basically just Oh, it's not 4 anyways. I'm going to just go to background. Rectangle. Two, three. Underscore background dot set rectangle to our first background rectangle. Then we animate do this thing. The tricky piece is the set range, which is more like what we do with the chalkboard here. Chalkboard with background rectangle, background rectangles. Animate scene, enter. Background. Okay. We think this is where it goes first. This is where it ends up. So we start at our starting point. Animate from 0 to 1. We interpolate between where we our start and where we end. So here's hoping. Just see how it looks when we load the game. I want the floor and the chalkboard to happen at the same time. Is that background and chalkboard? Alright, let's run it again. I need to watch more closely for that floor transition. Seems okay. Of course, the exit is no good. It's just gonna pop. Oh. Maybe we just start with that then. Let's go to background. Search for floor again. Move this weight, which was here. Right. Rectangle 2, rectangle 1. I'm gonna have to do that. We're already there. And from 1 to 0 of the background. It should exit now. Or something. And the last piece is just to put the background in every scene. I think. At the one location. Cool. Okay. Did that animate right? I was not. Like out of the corner of my eye, that didn't look right. That leaving. Everything falls down. Perfect. Leave. What? Whoa. That doesn't make me feel happy inside. This is the exit. Set to chalkboard. Oh. Okay. Background should animate. Should be started. And then chalkboard plays through all the way. Okay. Maybe that is better. Ugh. Started, it waited. That was the issue, I think. Those other things didn't have. But it should leave the level, right? Or did I have an index error? Animate scene exit. Table bookshelf background chalkboard. Action index plus plus. This is the problem. I think we stomped something we shouldn't have. One of the steps. All right. I can imagine all kinds of cool tools for building animations visually instead of me doing it in code. But we aren't there. Okay. So now, more zooms in. That zooms in pretty fast. Exit. That's better. Where did the knock knock go? Or the shut door when we left that level? I'm not sure it did. Leave, whoosh, enter. I wasn't paying attention again. Okay, so there was the exit sound. Okay. Good enough. So go game scene. Chalkboard rectangle. We got everything we needed out of that. Now we need to go to main menu scene. Where's the chalkboard? Chalkboard. Texture quad underscore background. Background and doodads. Background. Set rectangle. I think that's it. Oh no. Set clear color shall now just always be 0, I think. Background, 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 background. Clear color. This is going back to 0. Okay. We need to get the splash screen. Right, splash screen, CP, main menu. That. Background colors 1. Oops. That's it. So splash screen should to main menu and back should reflect. We have some other scenes to deal with. We're gonna tidy this up and build again. The new background in, it'll be trivial in the future to change out what the background looks like if we want to. We've been cheating with color quads and clear colors for long enough. Probably time to take it serious. Yeah, so integrating the chalkboard was not that difficult. I think the others will be even simpler. The bookshelf will be simple to integrate. The table mostly doesn't matter. It's only the top surface really that matters. Maybe for holidays we can hang our doodads off that. No, maybe not a doodad, just a decorator. Just like a poster. Oh, good old typos. Probably means the splash screen also is missing a semicolon. Maybe not. All right. Okay. Okay, that all fades out to black nicely. Let's watch the splash screen come in a little bit closer. That seemed fine. Okay. I feel like that floor animates so much faster than this thing does. Fade to black. Yeah, okay. I mean, might as well just put this in the other scenes. So let's go to here. About scene of HPP. Chalkboard. Setting the scene. Oops. Score scene. New high score scene. Sandbox scene can be its own thing and it can be black, and that's fine. Okay. That all our scenes? Okay, new high score scene. That's basically that. High score scene. so it's high score, settings, and about. I think those are the last two. Okay, and that should be it. All the scenes should now have the same background. In theory. Which isn't too bad. We didn't have any background texture before that we're just replacing, so this is not too bad. Okay. Just about ready for final testing on this, then we'll send it off to get to be saved as a valid game saved state. Oh, there's one other thing we need to do, but we'll come back to that in a minute. Okay, settings. Looks about right. About. High scores. Sandbox. Sandbox is just black, that's fine. Play. Okay. We don't need to solve this word, but you know, could if we wanted to. MA, no WY, no J, is a B. So it's lambs. We're gonna surrender and exit. And I'll show you what I forgot to do, but we'll do shortly. See the ball? We're gonna go up to quad speed. Whoa. Reset. Oh. Although the animations, because we were using real time for this, are not scaled with time, the audio is. So we need to fix that. So we're going to ball sound set use scaled time. I think that's the thing we can do with sound. We at least wrote it that way. Use scaled time. I'm just curious if it works. We haven't actually tested that. Oh, interesting. Here's one more thing we have to consider. Scheduler. Get sound. By default, set scaled time that use scaled time to false, to true. Then only the chalk ball is not. Okay. Just so that the audio remains consistent with the ball and not with the playback time. Because these are non-game elements, they can be in a separate time world. They don't have to be sped up. We don't record any of the doodad interactions, so that's left for the player to play with while they're watching the replay, which would be a real-time thing, not a scaled time thing. So if we go to golf mode, and we fill, then we surrender. Then we go to playback. Everything is very slow, but the ball is still the same. It sounds the same. Perfect. So now that is completely isolated and separate from the time scale. Nice. So I think that's it. Let's go to journal. Integrate new background here. Scene transitions. Make chalk ball sounds not scaled time or replays. Okay, let's add notes here. Integrated the new chalkboard texture. It's looking good. Only some minor tweaks needed when defining the slate boundaries for chalk doodads. Added a background texture to all scenes. Background is only visible in game scene, and that's fine. Chalkball sounds were scaling with time scaled. Probably physics were not. Doodad events are not recorded or played back. The doodads are left for the replay viewer to play with, and so must remain in real time. Pitch the doodad sound to always the chalkball sound. Always play real time to match the physics. Other doodads should do the same. There's something else I was thinking should have a real-time, fake-time distinction. Note to myself. Add this to the to-do list. Music player should scale sound, should play sounds with no time scaling, no matter what. Good. All right, overall, not a bad little bit of updates. Good. All right, time for bed. You have a wonderful evening. Ooh, we have a new version of the table. Thanks, Gervais. You have a good one. We'll talk to you tomorrow. All right, table shouldn't be that bad as long as it's about the same dimensions and size, especially the top where the notebooks lay out. So, save our work here. And everything. Oh, well, we don't quite want to add everything. Add everything. Then the easiest thing is actually to remove these revs for now. Get restore stage, I think it is. There we go. Commit. Updated chalkboard and background. Added background. Chalkball sound is real time. There we go. All right. Updated file. Let me go dig that out with a table. Yeah, the more we see things put in place, the better. There it is. Added the table. Okay, downloading now. Rev. All right, I'll keep this one as Rev 1. Okay, we'll be on the same Rev number. Moving it. Probably need to close it in GIMP first, real quick. Where's my GIMP? Did I close GIMP? Oh no, there it is. There it is. Close these. Copy. Move, but yeah. Place. Delete. Okay, let me go. Open that in GIMP, then share the GIMP. We'll take a look at it. Give. There it is. Oh, that looks nice. Oh, that's a nice looking table. Okay. Let me share GIMP correctly. Where's the thing? Oh, yes. GIMP. So there, that's our new table. Okay. Let's see. Let's I'm gonna open that old version for a second. Although we have the old table. Okay. So the dimensions of the table are different. The most important thing is this top surface, but it's not that different. So I think if all I do is crop this layer to the bottom edge, I think that's the only tricky bit that will cause me any issues. Just move that up one. I think if it's truncated slightly, the books will still fit fine. So let's just do layer only, yes. Okay. So we had the bad table, the good table. We have the banner lines. Okay. So we're going to export as scene elements 2. Okay. Then we will export UVs. Should be the prefixes there. Okay, now let's go back to our text. Yeah, let's see. Let's see if the so like if there's a tiny bit of stretch, it will probably be fine. Even if there's not like stretch, they still might line up and fit okay. So let's do that before you go to any art updates. Let's just try it out and see what happens. I did export UVs, yes. That's not the right one. Scene elements 2. There we go. Okay. So I go over to the right window if I can. Oh, what is going on here? Why is this Git commit taking so long? Oh, it's packing up my repository. That might take a while. Sound Warehouse and Image Warehouse are huge binary files, which Git is not famous for dealing well with. Shoot. Well, nuts. I'm not sure I'm convinced that repo is being packaged in the background. It feels like it's very much a foreground process right now. Okay, so we're gonna wait for that. That's awkward. Can't test anything while that's running. Onto the shelf. Awesome. Oh, texture updates, always fun. Yeah, the tabletop. Oh, there it goes. It finally went. Okay. Hit status. That's there. Now, if we open UVs, this should be the new one. We read from text. Yes. We did not want that one in there. I forgot that. Oh, we don't need that one. Okay, there we go. That's the one. Images. Scene elements 2 have been updated. Resize we need. While that's running, image warehouse we do want to do. Okay. We'll see how the table looks. Oh, that could be a fun little, not doodad, but just a decoration. Have like a little quote hanging from the table. There are some good ones. I have a whole documents full of great quotes. Yeah, from old books. We could do ones about learning and stupidity and fools, knowledge, creativity. That could be kind of fun, actually. All right, our new image data. Yeah, I think just cropping the legs down was the biggest dimensional change on the table. So as long as I kept that height about the same, then that layout should be okay. If there's a little shift horizontally or even some stretching horizontally, I don't think it'll be noticeable. So I'm not as worried about resizing the top yet. We'll see how it looks. Okay, now we see how the table looks. That table contrasts pretty good with the wall, actually. That turned out pretty good. And yeah, that looks pretty good with the books. Very nice pine texture, a little bit of shadows. No, I don't think we need to resize the table at all. It looks fine. The only thing is that the notebooks have to fit on the top and not crash into things when they're open. So I think we're good. The bookshelf on these tiles are like the next most used thing. Like this area is for deductions, this area is for the guesses. Very good. Yeah, I don't think we need to do anything with the table. The table looks good. Moils. I don't remember what that word is about. Cool. Alright. Now. I guess we just save our work there. Journal. Integrate new table texture. Added new table texture. No adjustments needed. Good enough. We should unstage those other changes for now. Updated table texture. Good to go. Awesome possum. Shadow line at the bottom is a bit noticeable. Let me take another look. Let's see. It may look more noticeable. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that line is a bit sharp. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, if you want to, if you have time, that's fine. I do think it adds a lot of depth and texture. You just doing this? Are you doing this in Blender? Yeah, that is sharpish. Still, this side of the game is looking a lot better already. Okay, okay. Very nice, very nice. Easy fix. Oh, it's a GIMP? Okay, alright. On the shelf now, yeah. Yeah, you can... It'll be great. Okay, if you're doing shelf things, I will switch over to doodads with the bubbles. We gotta get them to show up in the first place. But I think I'm gonna take a. Ooh, yeah, jalapeno pepper time. I can't stream terribly late today. I've got a meeting, so snack run, be back soon. Actually, I should probably specify it's a jalapeno popper run. If I get easy snacks, they don't take as long, but I gotta go out to the garage fridge to get the jalapenos and microwave them, so it takes me a little bit longer, but I'll be right back, and then we'll jump into something else. See you in a minute. Okay, awesome. Awesome. Now, I did remember to unmute myself this time. That's always good. All right. So get status is good. Journal the bubbles. Okay, so let's go back to game scene. Anywhere where we have bubbles. Under set bounds. We will come back to that. You know what? We can fade them both in for now. That way, at least we know it's getting that section of the code. We have a visual confirmation. This doesn't really matter yet. And then we'll start logging things. Last time we didn't get this to show up, which is really sort of just a step one. Then it's all about look and feel and interaction. Oh, word of the day. Doodads. Non-interactable. Poster hanging off front of table with quotes or words. Word of the day. Yeah, could be kind of fun. Just another way to get things rolling. What's a second? Need to reply to this. Okay, replied. Okay. Now, file finished. Okay, I did not see the bubble anywhere. Chalk bubbles. Update, render, set bounds. They're the same bounds as the others, so let's actually do that. Float. Chalkboard bound x not. You can do this with width and height as well, but whatever. We're gonna have others doodads that we're gonna give the treatment to. X not, X, Y not. X1, Y1. Okay, wow. Chalkboard slate width. So we wanted Y1. Why not plus height? 1, Y1. That's long. It's short enough that you probably fit on the line. Let's see. I like this name. Chalkboard bound. Slate. Bounds. There we go. Okay. There we go. Now, chalk ball. It's not faded in or out. Okay, now bubbles. Let's figure out what we're doing. Why won't the bubbles show up? Initialization. Set the image, we set the UV. Set our size. We don't do that. Now when we okay, fine. Now when we set our bounds, we set our affine rectangle. Then we move the quad to the center of the rectangle. We're going to do that. That's easy. Okay, now fade in. Bubbles fade in, fade out. All this does is enable it. We should start drawing and updating. At this point, I don't even care about the update function. We do want to render the quad. Set bounds. Maybe we can try something like that. I don't know. Okay, let's look at something else then. We want Let's just make it white to start with. Three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. R dot Y, R dot width, R dot height is the overall boundary. Rectangle dot X, Y width height. Let's see what we get. Are these locations anything like what I would expect? There it is. Okay. In that case, we go back to our color. Let's just see what kinds of color we can get. Let's go back to the update. Actually, let's do the fade in. Oh. Mm-hmm. Color. Color. E0 dots alpha equals 0. Come to think of it, I don't actually need this color here at all. It's already tracked somewhere else. Doodad, bubbles. Track inside the quad. All we really have to do is underscore quad dot set color. M_quad dot color. C1 equals C0. Color equals underscore quad dot color. C0 C1 dot alpha equals 0. Animation and that. Here's our fade in, fade out. Let's try update. Just see what happens. Ooh, shelf. Okay. We'll take a look real quick here. Once we get this compiled and looked at. Set range. Yeah, I don't track that anymore. Oh, we did change things up. We probably have to do a clean and rebuild. Although, we should maybe just be a little bit selective about the build. I think only game scene would be affected. I do not see it. Where did it go? Okay. Let's do that. Just introduce new things one at a time. All I want is this stupid thing to show up. Is it a color problem or a location problem? The location was fine, but the update updates that, so maybe it's not fine. There it is. Oh, a lovely pink bubble. Okay, so is it update, or is it the color shifting that's killing us? Let's just enable the update. So get our position. We've got a velocity. Delta real time. Update. What is our velocity? It's not that high, is it? 25? 25 pixels per second? It would take several seconds to get across the entire board. So I don't think that is the problem. We're just going to enable the update. All right, let's start downloading Shelf while that's building. Okay, Shelf download. So I guess update is probably the problem then. So let's try the old fade in, fade out. Oh, the update position probably isn't doing the right thing. Because we were still working on that. Because when we set our bounds, we'd set them a little differently. Okay, fade it in. Alright, so update is not working. I think it's the update position. We have not. Set bounds, move by. Make a relative move. Oh, I see. Put the parentheses on the wrong. I don't see it. Where did it go? Around where I was. Could be a move by. Maybe we do go back to move by. I don't see. Oh, there it is. There it is. It's 0-0. How did it end up there? It just faded in there. That's just where it started. Okay, so a position. Move by. Okay, here's a possibility. X is less than 0. Since we are children of a thing, 0. X is greater than bound x1 so bound x not. And that is the same thing for y. There it is. There it goes. Oh, finally. Okay, that's correct. We did not account for the radius of the bubble itself, which is fine. And it will float around until we're done. Okay, we can pause there and go do the shelf upgrade. And fade out, not a big deal. Movement. Rev 1 and Rev 0. Chalk bubble Now moving. Okay, I've got the draft of the shelf revised table. Okay, okay. Here we go. Let's get those shelf, table, save. Put those over. Okay. Over here. Okay. Give. So scene elements. One, two. Put them both in GIMP. Oh, God. One, reopen. There we go. Okay. Then I share GIMP. Okay. All right. Okay. This pink could be made to be whatever color that's more wood-like, so that if there is a seam, we can't see it, but let's see if we see that seam first. My layout may not be 100% mathematically correct with these pink. They were more for me to visually see that, so we'll take this for a test drive and see if the pink is visible. If it is, a simple, like, just dark brown would disappear. We'll only be off by 1 pixel tops, so I'm not too worried about that. Okay. All right. Export as scene element 1. Okay. And we will export UVs from layers. Nope, 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 nope. Cancel. Yep. This one. This is scene elements 1. Okay. Let's hide GIMP briefly. Get UVs. Images, scene elements 1. That should do that. Let's go back to GIMP. Let's see your bookshelf. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna go where the table is. This revised table. Okay. So this is export as scene elements 2. Export UVs from layers. No, quite. That one there. I'm going to scene elements 2. Okay. Now I go to UVs. background. There we go. Okay, all new. Okay, so that was doing what I hoped it was doing. There we go. All right, let's take this for a test drive, which means no more GIMP. Sorry, I was just updating the UVs in the file. Nothing surprising here. While we're waiting for that to build. Bubbles. If X is less than R dot width over 2, if it's greater than the width minus width over 2, it's greater than R dot height over 2, it's greater than this thing minus R dot H over 2. Let me just do a bit of math here. Float radius equals R dot width. Float W equals this. We can even say like bound W. And bound height. X is less than radius. Set it equal to radius. Bound width minus radius. Okay, build is done. Radius. Radius. Bound height minus radius. Bound height minus radius. There we go. Let me fix a couple things in a single build here, or a single test run. Okay. Oof. We're going to try bookshelf and table and proper bubble bounding all in one try. Okay. I did not re-embed the data. Well, we can still see if the bubble hits correctly. Nope, not even close. Bonk. There's an invisible barrier. We want this bubble to move a little faster, though, while we're testing. Yeah. Probably means we can divide that by 2. Okay. Bed PNGs. Then we gotta rebuild again. Nuts. Okay. Oh, sorry. Reinvent those. We should have the data now. Embedded, ready to go. Hopefully. We could have the bubble choose 4 colors, and it could interpolate the color as a combination of the 2 colors based on its XY position. But then the velocity that the rate at which the colors are changing is then tied to the rate of travel. And I do want those desynced. I think it's pleasing to the human eye to have a different rate, or it'll look more natural. Sheesh, son, it's so loud. When he shuts that door. Okay. Yeah, so we could just pick 3 hues, ensure that they're some distance from each other. And then go. Hey, that there is a bookshelf. And yeah, there's that 1 pixel of pink. In a few places, it's actually almost unnecessary to update. Jeez. That's not bad. And things line up on the shelf just like we'd hoped they would. Nice. I think the black for the back panel is fine. W. That bubble is bouncing on the edges quite nicely. There goes the airplane. Oh, the airplane's not very visible in that background. Do I put a black background around the airplane? I need to speed this bubble up. Nice, nice. Let's get rid of the pink. The pink was basically there for me to see where things weren't quite aligning. But in this case, this is final art, and I don't think any readjustments need to be needed. We can just make it brown. And then the pink won't show, and it doesn't need to be adjusted at all, because that layout is perfect. Very nice. Is that true? Is that true? Okay. What was I doing? I was speeding up the bubble. 50 pixels per second. Okay. So each bubble should have 3 colors. My journal. Journal, color fade over time, multiple bubbles. Let's do the color fade. Let's just see if we get that working real quick. Doodad. Chalk bubbles. Should a bubble have its own animation independent of the rest of the scene? I think so. You can have an action sequence. And since there's going to be multiple bubbles, we don't need to get those from the scene, as long as we update them ourselves. Is that true? So basically what we want to do is transition from one color to the next color, and when we hit the next color, we pick a new color and go to that one. Fade time. This fade in, fade out is fine. Actually, no. You don't want to do a color fade. We're not going to fade out either. We're going to do the following. Zero to 1 value, set scale to our value. Try that out. Okay. Word is scale 2, and it's 2-dimensional scaling, so there we go. Scale to 0 shouldn't matter too much. We could also fade the color if we want. We could also slow the duration at which it grows. A few different options. We just want to see it. Well, that bubble bubble is definitely in the wrong location. And doing all the wrong things. What? I am not encouraged. This is not good. Maybe we have something weird going on. Revised shelf sync. All right, taking a look. Okay. Gimp. Close this one. Copy the new one over. Place. There shouldn't be any real work to be done in GIMP, so I'm just going to do it real quick. We're going to export PNG. Export the UVs from the layers. Okay. So nothing too exciting around there. So if I go to UVs, images, this compilation. So I'll probably have to recompile here shortly. Unfortunate timing. Okay. Just run it again. I just popped into a being. I didn't like that one. Well, shoot. Okay, that bookshelf looks great. I think we can call that done. Nice. That looks so much better. Look at that. Everything's better with better art. G or W? Well, it has to be G. Yeah. G it is. Oh, unfortunate. Okay, the bubble looks like it's working okay, except it did not scale in size very well. Watch it bounce off another edge or two. It felt like it went over a couple of pixels, but I'm not too worried about that. That didn't fine. Over here on this edge, we'll just take a look. Yeah, it's fine. Good enough. Okay. Yeah, nice bookshelf. Okay, so fade in. Animation, set duration 1 second. I'm gonna make it 3 seconds. It would grow faster at the start. Was that a quad in? Quad out, right? Quad has its size, so it should scale from 0 to 1. Three seconds, right? And I guess we can do oh. We hadn't scheduled these. Action sequence 2. Sequence. Okay. So here we start the animation, but don't wait for it to finish. And here we play the animation. No, we could just start it. It'll take care of itself. Okay, with paint job texture? Yeah, no, it looks great. Looks a little yellow coming through stream. Hard to tell with different monitors. Yeah, maybe that's true. I don't. We can take a look at it after this compile. Looks a little yellow coming through the stream. Huh? I didn't think so, but now that you've pointed out, maybe I'll notice. Four o'clock, I've got about an hour and change. I don't think it's yellow. Maybe it's because it's next to these really badly color chosen tiles. I did not notice the bubble animate in. There it goes. Okay, that looks pretty good. Okay. I'm excited. This is getting close to where the bubbles are actually usable. Okay. Fade out. We're gonna talk about that. Update position. Bubbles. So there's the color sequence, color animation, and a fade time. M_score fade time equals I don't know, 3 seconds. We'll work out something, I'm sure. It'll be grand. Void start color change. Start color change. Update. Color sequence dot update. Color sequence dot. Ooh, wait. You know, let's get them from this. Maybe just get them from the scene. Yeah, probably. There's more than one way to skin the cat, but. And we also need to pick a random color. So let me look real quick at a. Probably my monitor, not the highest quality. Yeah. No, it didn't look that yellow to me. Like I said, it may just be contrast to the yellow of the wall. Not contrast, but it's you're visually cueing the yellow off the wall. Texture itself does not look yellow to me. What was I doing? Oh, I need to look at a color real quick. So this pink is fine. What I want to know is the hue and the saturation and brightness of that color. So color HSV from RGB. That should give me an idea what I'm doing here. So I have 255, 200, and 230. So my saturation is 26 and my value is 100. Maybe 230, 240. So we want a saturation between 1%, 10%, and a value between, I don't know, 90 and 100? We've done these calculations in Python, so this should not be hard for us to work out. Okay. All right. Start a color change. We need an animation from the scheduler. We need an action sequence from the scheduler. We need our color C0 equals underscore quad dot color. We need to pick another color. So doodad chalk bubbles. We need a function for that. Wait, pick random color. Result, what did I say? 255, 230, 240, something like that. It's not very random right now, I know. Its repeatability is pretty bad. Sequence, set, play animation. So the action sequence will wait until the animation is done. Then it will immediately, afterwards, start a new color change. That's basically it. Animation. Set duration is underscore fade time. Do we want to quad in out? It's a very common one, right? And underscore no. Easing method. Quad in out. You could go linear. I don't think anybody would notice if it was linear. The quad in out might give it a nice nice bit of variation. And if you set color C1 equals pick random color. There we go. Is there anything else here? Oh, set a little bit set range from C0 to C1. This thing get an interpolated color C, and to apply it, quad dot set color. That's basically it, except we need to pick a random color. So if we start with a very long fade time, let's call it 5 seconds. And if we start with not a random color, because our current random color is pink, let's just start with something different, like a nice blue. 230, 230, 255. Nice pastel blue. Do a build and try that out. If it fades color once, oh, it should keep, well, it'll keep fading to pink again. It's fine. Until we get that random color thing. We want a certain distance from the previous hue. Basically, we could say, pick a random number between our current hue minus 30 degrees and our current hue plus 30 degrees, or some threshold, then you're guaranteed to have something that's a ways away. That sounds reasonable. Sounds reasonable to me anyways. Then we can pick our saturation and brightness. Well, our saturation is always very high. And our, not brightness, what's it called? Just looking at the page. Saturation and value, there we go. Low saturation, high value. We want it to be very faded out and pastel. We don't even really need the pot, do we? Oh, errors. Oh. This is just static, isn't it? Oh no, it's not static. Allied. But it can't even be const unless we declare a mutable random number generator. Should the scheduler give us a random number generator? We can keep our own random number generator. Animation. Action sequence. Scheduler. Abstract RNG. GB. Uniform RNG. Now, we need a GB flip and a uniform RNG. Address of image for the GB flip. There we go. Hue equals underscore URNG dot next float. The current color get its hue. Whatever. We're just gonna go 0 to 360. Oh, it's tools layout. Hue. Hue. There we go. This saturation. This is kind of the idea here. This is what the last hue, float last hue equals. This function. I did not see it the last time it did fade, so let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's make sure that it fades from a blue to a pink. Put the letter C in here. That's a big problem. An action sequence with 2 actions associated with it. Okay. And it crashed. Possibly due to... No. Interesting. Okay. I don't want to do this. I want to do this when we fade in. We'll go ahead and run a tidy as well, just to make sure that the memory is all properly aligned in all of the objects, references. Heading to the bank. Could you get me a screenshot of the bookshelf with a few rows of books in it? Absolutely, will do. Have fun banking. So we'll get the color fading done. Then I think we'll do multiple bubbles with some randomization between them. That will be good. And I've had some ideas already on things we're going to do and why we're going to do them. I don't know if we'll get the pop done today. It would be best if the pop is like a sprite animation. But we may just disappear the thing. I don't know. We shall see. I do think that faded to pink from blue. Let's load that up again. What? Oh. Oh, okay. Okay. See, said the blind man. When we fade out, Google is going to go to false. If enabled. That means that no color change can take too long. Every color change has to be reasonably quick. There are 2 or 3 seconds worth of animations at the end of a scene. But 3 might be about as slow as we can go. Which is fine. These are not going to be wild color shifts. They're going to be pastels, so there'll be small color shifts over time. They don't need to be fast. Okay. It should be blue, fade to pink. I think so. It's a little bit subtle, but you should see it as it moves past the other things. It'll look more pink in contrast. It's not that pink. That's okay. I mean, while we're developing, we can pick some pretty raucous colors, actually, but that's not the point. Hue, last hue. So this is one thing we're gonna do. Last hue equal, let's see, your last color, let's see. Color C equals color score quad dot color. Last hue equals. So we're gonna pick. I'm gonna look at that real quick. Hue to RGB conversion. That's the other direction. No, RGB to hue. Oh, we do have to calculate all of these? Okay, so we normalize the R's, which is easy enough. That's not a problem. Last hue, the max, the min, and the delta. I do kind of remember that. So, min equals let's just do this real quick here. Time to find min x y is x less than y question mark, x otherwise y. Parentheses around everything for safety, assuming they're not incrementing something within the min. Now we say min of c dot red, c dot green f min c dot blue f. There, that's the min. X is the same but backwards. Right, x is greater than, then it's x, blah blah blah. Otherwise it's y. Get the max. Color, yeah, red F, green F, yeah. Look, delta equals max minus min. Easy enough. Hue calculation. Delta equals 0. It will not equal 0. It should not equal 0. It might equal 0. We can go to white, that's fine. It won't be white. I forget what 0 is. Black is 0. It'll be fine. G minus B. Oh, let's just get float. Red float equals C dot red float. We're going to keep accessing these over and over again, so might as well make it green float. You know what? Let's just call them RG and B. C dot green float. Blue equals C dot blue at. RG oops, B. R G. You know what? Why are we doing this here? This is ridiculous. Q. Why we have this perfect place to do this calculation? Saturation. What is it called? Lightness, brightness. HSV value. Can't believe I haven't done this already. I mean, I do believe, because we don't write code until we need it most of the time. We haven't needed it until now, but now we need it. There we go. All right, Q. Bubbles. RGB min-max delta. Easy enough. Now, if delta equals 0, turn 0. Else if max equals R, return something else. We're just going to step it in real quick. So it's the red, the green, or the blue component, which is the maximum. Result equals 0. You don't need to do anything then. Result equals something. Result equals something. Result equals something. Result times 60. This will be in degrees. Um, 60 times. So it's G minus B. G minus B. All over delta mod 6. F mod I hope I'm in the right. Okay, green, blue minus red, all over delta. Plus 2. This one's very similar, but it's plus 4. And it's red minus green over delta. Red minus green over delta. I think that is pretty close to what we need. Remember how saturation works? No. It's actually pretty simple. If. Did I just have this linked? Yeah, it's here we go. Hue saturation, and so forth. If Cmax is equal to 0, oh, we didn't define min max here. Go steal that. Pound undef min undef max. Okay, if the max one or what? We didn't finish that one, did we? There we go. Should copy code that's not valid. Equals 0. Return 0. Otherwise, delta over Cmax. So we need the max either way. Float max equals if max equals 0, return 0, else return, oh, we don't get the delta unless we also compute the min. What do we do here? Turn delta over max. So max minus min over delta? No, other way around. Yeah, delta over max. So it's really, so if it's max minus min over max, it's just 1 minus min over max. That's basically the truth. And if that's the case, this is that simplified. All right, value. Value is not too hard either. It's literally just return max. Okay. Now I will have to go the other way, but that's fine. We got this for now. So if you've got chalk bubbles, look, last hue equals this thing dot hue, and now we're done with that part. Our next hue, it will be between our last hue minus 30. Plus 30. It'd be nice if it was like plus minus 30. may have to flip them. Float low equals last hue minus 50, 30. High equals last hue minus 30. So let's say our last hue is at 0. And we want to range from minus 30 to plus 30 is actually from 30 to 3 something. So if low is less than 0, what happens is float new high equals 360 minus low. Then our low equals high, and our high equals the new high. If high is greater than 360, then our float new low equals high minus 360. High equals low. Low equals our new low. All right. So this is new low to new high. That should guarantee. So if we're at, say, 45, it'll give me a random number from, oh no, let's see. We could generate multiple random numbers, that's another option. So does my random number vary? Let's see here, uniform RNG, uh-oh, what time are we at? 4:30, I'm gonna lose track of time, I swear. So next, float, it does assert. That's unfortunate. Okay. Float next hue equals last hue. While fabs last hue minus next hue is less than 30. Next hue, we can do this as a do. Next hue equals a random float. While they are too close, let's keep trying to grab a new number. Okay, so we got a new hue. We need a saturation float. What did I say? Our saturation is going to be between saturation equals underscore urng dot next float 10%, 0.125 and 0.25. Then our value will be between 90, 875 and 1. Okay, then doodad color set HSV float H float S float V. Okay, the HSV algorithm is float C equals V times S x equals c times 1 minus the floating absolute value of h over 60 f mod 2 minus 1? What? Losing track here. 1 minus fabs. Oh, let's see. Is it that? Absolute value h over 60 mod 2. So f mod h over 60 2. Oh, I see. F mod h over 60 by 2 minus 1, and that's fabs, and then 1 minus all of that times c. Good heavens, what a mess. All right. Float m equals value minus c. Okay, with that, oh, I forgot about this part. If h is between 0 and 60, 0 less than equal to, yeah, h and h less than 60, else if less than equal to h and h less than 120. Isn't this fun? 120. Yeah, all the way around to 360. So we're just going to keep going here. Three, four, five. Okay. 60 to 120. 120 to 180. 180 to 240. 240 to 300. 300 to 360. Okay, 0. Then set red float to C. Oh, well, we can normalize all that. Float C equals int C equals C times 255, all as an integer. So C x gets a similar treatment. X. There we go. Red equals C. Green equals X. Blue equals 0. These are all just permutations of orders of things. Oh no. Plus M. Oh, but that's oddly a slightly strange way to write that. Plus M times 255. Plus M x plus M times 255 int 0 will be the integer of m times 255 0. I think that's it. Plus m value plus m times 255. I think that's it. Okay. All right. So from here to there, it's xc0, xc, and it's 0cx, 0cx, then it's 0xc, then it's x0c, then it's c0x, 0x. Whew, okay. I think that's it. So in bubbles. Insult equal dot set HSV of our next hue, saturation, and our value. Okay. I think that's it. Result is fine. We don't need to preload anything. Let's make this time a little bit shorter to fade time. What is that fade time? 5. Let's make it like 2 seconds so we can see it a lot. Let's also speed up the velocity again. And a full rebuild. Not bad, not bad. All right. While that's building, oh darn it. So color needs CMAP. All right, while that's building, it's gonna take a minute. Quick restroom break for me. Just a moment, we'll be back to building. Okay, we are back. Oh, next hue. Okay, that is an easy one to fix. Zero and 360. That's one issue. The other issue is, I think we did this wrong. These are float, float, float. Okay. Um, I'll copy paste my old friend. Okay. Let's see if we shift colors in a continual cycle. Yeah, HSV is hard to conceptualize. It's the hue. So let's see here. Well, I don't need to do it right now, but the hue is like walking around the color wheel, where you have the three primary colors and the secondary colors, and you basically walk around it in an angle, right, as a circle. Okay, went green. Oh, it's color shifting all over the place. A little subtle. Maybe we could brighten that up. Yeah, maybe we just brighten it a bit. Oh, there it goes. Oh, that took a while. I thought I had our fade time down more. So we want maybe less value, maybe like 7.5 to 9.25. I don't know. A little bit more contrast. I went with something like saturation of 25%, a value of 75. That is not that beautiful of a color. 60, 15. You could just take a limited palette of available colors. 60. Maybe saturations between 15, 45, 15 and 35. Ninety-five, 35. That's an interesting notion. So maybe we can go 90, 95, 975. Two five to around 3.5. What's my fade time? Fade time 2 seconds. Let's see what that looks like real quick, but probably gonna have to start wrapping up soon. We could keep a record of our animation and sequence. Oh, that's better. Yeah, it's a little bit brighter. That's not bad. Then we can click it and pop it. Beautiful. Okay, so the fade out isn't doing anything useful right now. Actually, we can do that. All right, fade out. Enabled is not false. Well, we can do that for now. That's fine. Wonder if there's a way I can say to stop an animation and... I mean, there it is. There it is. Let's do it real quick. Let's see if we can do this. Chalkboard. Sequence. Sequence. If it's not null, if it's not null, and if it's running, into, let's see, I think it's just state, right? Animation. CPP. We can get the state and stop. So if it's, oh. Mark as idle. So if it's running, stop. Either way, we mark as idle. So animation. Oh. What does stop do? I don't see a way to go from wait to anything else. Interesting. Right, animation. Terminate. We want to terminate the current animation. State equals animation state idle. We don't need to do anything. Oh, we can just switch. Is idle break. If it's running, underscore stop, pause and reset, so that should be fine. I think that's it. So in this, let me save that out. Just terminate it. If our sequence is not null, that probably needs a similar treatment actually. Actions, start, stop. I just need to terminate. Oh, I don't think this releases all the resources when it's done. Let me say stop. Is there a stop? Maybe this is a bad road to go down. This has complications. Nah, this actually causes major issues. I want something like it, but I don't want to write it tonight. Hey, Fit Writer, doing good, doing good. How are you doing? Right now we're in the process of upgrading the art a bit as time goes. So it might look a little different than you've last seen. And we're adding little doodads, little interactables that have nothing to do with the gameplay. So right now, what we're getting... Oh no, I didn't want to do that. Do that. I'm not going to store these. Just a moment, I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. Action sequence. There we go. We have a paper airplane that randomly launches. We have a couple of different chalk drawings now that will show up on the board that you can click on to interact with. Although this one's not quite done yet. So there's a bubble that floats around and changes color. We're working on this. If we right click it, it'll pop. And I think we'll have several of them marching around in different directions and see how that looks. We have another one that's a little rubber bouncy ball that's purple. You can right click and drag it to fling it, and it'll bounce around inside the area of the chalkboard and then fall down to the ground. So it's pretty good. Art's upgraded, working on some doodads. A little plane will fly through the scene every 1 to 3 minutes. So yeah, things like that. Basically, I'm trying to make it more, give you things to interact with and to fiddle with while you think. So that's kind of where we're at. Bonk. Cool. All right, so let's see here. 5 o'clock. I have to get going. What time is my meeting? Quick. The meeting was at 6 o'clock. Okay. I've got some time to get ready still. So we still got a few minutes. Where are we at in this journal? Color fade over time. That looks good. Bubble now fades color over time. I do want to do multiple bubbles. How much time do we have? Start, now, bit, status. Git add. I want to add everything except the XCF files, but that's not really a thing, is it? There we go. This one. I do that. Rev 0. This one have a rev 2, I guess so. 1 rev 0. Those are temporary files for now. Git commit-m. Bubble now fades color forever. Randomly. Randomly fades color forever. There we go. Boom. Nice. We don't have the pop done, and we need to make multiple bubbles. So if we go to this thing, all we really need, I don't even need a pop, do we? Don't. When we fade in, yeah, we don't care about that. So where we set enabled equals false, underscore quads enabled also equals false. That's the thing we're gonna do. Come back around to that. Let's find all of this stuff. Blah blah blah. Okay. Quad dot set enabled, or enabled equals true. Okay. Fade outcome 2. Render set boundaries. Okay, so what I want to do is separate out some of this stuff. So we need an init. Well, let's see. Bubble. Everything is public. You can do what you want with it because the class itself is private. We can pass in a uniform RNG for one-time use to set up the bubble. I think that's probably the best way. There we go. And it's not just bubble, it's doodad chalk bubbles bubble. Okay, and that's gonna look a lot like this. Okay. Okay, this width and height is not actually the width and height we're gonna go with. We're gonna say width and height times some factor. So float scale equals URNG for the next float between 0.75 and 1.25. So we're gonna put a little scale in there. And then we'll set our rectangle, set our center. Oh, oops. Good here. Because we then set our center based on that, so that's fine. We can pick a random color, which I think we can move that in thread, so that's fine. Pick random color now goes inside here. Oh no, it doesn't. It can, but does it? Okay. Then we need a bubble. So doodad, chalk bubbles. Oops. We're gonna start with one. Bubble. Bubble. No, this is fine. This is less fine. That's where you are in G. parent and RNG. Oh, darn it. Okay, yeah, we're getting a little bit into the weeds here. I think we're gonna call it there as a good pausing point. Shoot. So I think we're gonna call it there. I gotta get going. I gotta go get ready for my meeting. We'll come back tomorrow and readdress the making it multiple bubbles. So, and then we need to right click to pop a bubble. So, started bubble refactor into a class, but I don't like the affine parent child relationship skipping an abstraction layer needs some thought. We'll pick up there tomorrow. That'll remind me what's going on. But yeah, we got the bubble working. It's moving around. It's changing colors. It's all beautiful and brightly colored, and not too brightly colored like neon. It's more of a pastel. We are going to make it pop tomorrow after we make it have multiple bubbles. I don't know how many we want to do. 6. We'll see what it looks like. But yeah, that's where we're at. So thanks for coming in. You have a wonderful evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one. Bye-bye.